Hello, testing, testing, 1, 2, 3, testing, 1, 2, 3. I'm just waiting for Twitch to allow me to get the notification Okay, we're live. So I'm going to do a sound check. So I'm going to turn on my mobile phone and listen to the audio while I say random gibberish. Alright, let's see. Alright, testing, testing, 1, 2, 3, testing, testing, 1, 2, 3. Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3, testing, testing, 1, 2, 3. Okay, good, perfect. My voice is more louder than the gameplay. Alright then, hello everyone. I made it to a year, despite my current situation, but we're here. It's been 1 year on Twitch, and I am so happy and excited to be streaming today. We're going to be doing Heavensward MSQ because I have not touched Heavensward for like 3 weeks or so, just because I've been having so much fun with Final Fantasy XIV, doing like side content, leveling all jobs, doing Grand Company, Squadron stuff. And I thought today, as a special stream, I would celebrate with people and continue the story here. Let me put my headphones on. Okay, I got the notification. Nice. Also, kind of like a random thing too, but literally last night I just discovered that the PlayStation controller, you can connect a headphone jack. I've had this PlayStation for about 5 years and I didn't even notice that. So now I could hear the audio, the gameplay audio, as I stream, and that was a problem I was worried about when I was going to do this, just because I cannot hear the gameplay audio, because I would need to raise the volume on my TV, and that would probably echo into the microphone. And echo is bad. Echo is really, really bad. But yeah, anyway. So we have Tomea. She is celebrating. She is dancing. Because 1 year on Twitch. And just streaming, for me personally, is a lot of fun. It gets me out of my comfort zone. Like, I'm not the most extroverted person, but it's slowly a process that I could break out of my shell and just find community with such wonderful JRPG streamers and communities here on Twitch. And like, not even for the year I was streaming, like beforehand too, like I was finding communities on Twitch, wonderful people, players, and just being a part of their communities. And I got the courage to start streaming on Halloween last year, and of course there was rough moments, of course, like with the software and the hardware stuff, but slowly and surely I got better. And despite the hiccups with the PC and not being able to stream the past couple of months, but I'm stubborn and I found a way to do it. And I can only hope, well, I'm pretty sure things will go up from here, regardless, as I continue on. I want to continue streaming just because streaming allows me to show off my my gameplay strats, because I played JRPGs, Final Fantasies, and all sorts of other fun games for a number of years now. I want to bring that to an audience as well. So yeah, thank you all for supporting me, for watching, viewing, lurking, all the good stuff. And I look forward for year 2 on Twitch, and it's gonna be fun. Okay, you'll stop. So we are in Ishgard. Thank you, Bond. It's really exciting, and I'm so happy right now. Welcome in. Also, I just realized this in-room is kind of shoddy. Like, the fireplace is nice, but like the flooring is kind of bad. Hopefully when I get into a better situation with my computer and get like all of my OBS and my graphics and layout and stuff, I'll continue on with streaming, because I love streaming. Okay, let's take a look at Tomea's assets. So when I was playing 14, I did a lot of leveling that people have not seen. So I've got Black Mage, Summoner, Scholar, White Mage. I'm also leveling a tank, almost to level 60. And I'm currently leveling a Dragoon for Heavensward. I'm not there yet. But I think it's fitting for this particular expansion that I should level a Dragoon, which is probably a better idea. Okay, let's go into Warrior, because that's the job that I want to level with the experience here. Okay, actually, let me notify my Discord server that I am live, because I forgot to do that. Enjoy the Ishgard Inn music, by the way. Twitch.tv/Lady Annie Witchy. I'm almost done. Alright, there we go. Perfect. Alright, let's go into Ishgard proper. So a few weeks ago, I actually started Heavensward. I only did the first couple of quests, but more or less, I started this game. I did the quests with the two Fortam's brothers, did their side quests, unlocked some new areas along the way, but I'm still new to this expansion pack. Okay, so where do we want to go? Oh, that's the job quest. Ishgard has incredible music, by the way. Like, I love this music. Okay, so we gotta go to House Fortemps. I think it's up here. Okay, that's Corthus. I think it might be right here. Yeah, it is. Fort Temps Manor. Hello, let me in. Welcome. Shall I show you inside the manor? Please do. Oh, the brothers aren't here. House Fortemps Steward. Okay, Fortemps Steward looks as though he has something to say. What do we get? A black chocobo whistle. Is this a mount? An aether compass. Huh. Okay. Ah, Mr. Aquios. My lord the Count much desires to speak with you regarding your time with Lord the idiot brothers. If you would remain here for a moment.
The hero returns. I cannot thank you enough for saving young Imanolane's life. Aye, he told me everything. I've also received letters from both House Zamail and Durandare praising your conduct, and that of House Fortom. You've won us much honor, my friend.
My lord.
What is it? Speak.
Pray forgive the intrusion, my lord, but I bring grave tidings.
That can't be good.
Master Alphino and Mistress Tataru have been detained on suspicion of fomenting heresy.
What?
That is definitely not good.
Explain.
They were observed entering a tavern in the lower levels on some half-dozen occasions. There, it is claimed, they made a number of inquiries. Inquiries which brought them into contact with certain elements. 'Twas this which prompted a Knight of the Heavensward to demand that they be questioned. Sir Grinno, my lord.
Tataru, what did you
Is a
do?
brute. Exceedingly accomplished brute, but a brute nonetheless. Alas, he is also a son of House Zamail. How quickly we forget the petty nature of men. I'd wager your friends are no more than pawns in another of my countrymen's games. Such is the way of things between the high houses.
Okay, let's go rescue our friends, because they're always getting into trouble. Though you've won the hearts and minds of many of my countrymen, there are those who will not be swayed. Men who will dismiss your efforts and resent your success, even as we celebrate them. Yeah, that's kind of true in general. 'Tis like that one such member of House Desamel is manipulating Sir Grinno, for he is not a man to dabble in politics of his own volition. He may genuinely believe your friends to be guilty, though I'm quite certain his masters know better. Yet the truth will avail us not if we cannot prove their innocence. We just got here, Alphino and Tataru, and you guys are already in trouble. You would do well to speak with Sir Amaric at the Congregation of our Knights, Most Heavenly. He will know more of these charges. Yay, Maric. Speak with Sir Amaric in the Foundation. Okay. Uh-oh, indeed. Foundation. Oh, right there. Oh, Urshifan is here. It has been too long, Tamea. With this visit, come under happier circumstances. You are to plead for Master Alphanode and Mistress Totaro, I take it. Nods in approval. Word of their detainment reached us while I was delivering my report on the Vanu Primal. Truly, I know not which is the most lucrative, these changes or that flying feathered whale. Oh yeah, there was another whale primal thing that also appeared when I was playing earlier. That Sir Grinnell's accusations are baseless, I have no doubt. Refuting them will be difficult. However, as he is a knight of the Heavensward, title drop, I speak of the personal guard of the Archbishop, the 12 finest knights in all of Ishgard, sworn to save his eminence alone. Suffice to say, their testimony... Oh, the music just stopped. Their testimony is unimpeachable, and I will not have the authority to challenge their actions. After all the Scions have done routing the heretics and defeating Shiva, helping us to defend the steps of faith and drive back the Dravian horde, after proving themselves true allies of countless occasions, is there naught we can do? I fear there's only one path for us left. We must demand a trial by combat. I approve. Oh, there's the music. But of course, in a trial by combat sanctioned by the Inquisition, the victor's claim is judged true regardless of... That's kind of faulty logic. The victor's claim is judged true regardless of the petitioner's standing. Under Ishgardian law, a trial by combat pits the accuser against the accused. In this instance, Master Alphanode and Totaro would be expected to face Sir Grinnell and a second of his choosing, another knight of the Heavensward most like. Two of them, by the fury, that can hardly be considered fair. Alphanode's magical talents will not go unnoticed, meaning that he will have no choice but to participate. Mistress Totaro, on the other hand, is quite obviously bereft of martial skill and should be afforded the right to name a champion. It's going to be us, isn't it? I'm calling it, it's going to be us. Should be afforded the right to name a champion to fight in her stead. Lest you doubt, I am ready and willing to serve in this capacity, as I am sure is Lord Horschfont. But all here present know that you are the most accomplished warrior. Yep, it's going to be us. Mayhap in the realm at large. Nods in approval. Then it is settled. I will visit Master Alphanode at once and inform him of our intentions. Tamea, meet me at the tribunal when you have made ready. Until then. Yep, saw that coming a mile away. Alright, Horschfont in the pillars. Who could possibly help them? I have no idea. Okay, where do I go? Oh, the pillars. To be fair though, Totaro did, at the very least, she did try to learn combat skills. Because there was that moment in patch 2.5 where she visited the Arcanist Guild and tried to learn to become an Arcanist that one time. So she does have some talent, despite her shortcomings with it, but I totally get it. Okay, I think it's right here. Hide that. I do wish though that we see more of a Totaro, becoming more of more confident in herself and just learning how to be an Arcanist, hopefully. But again, no spoilers, that's just rhetorical. I'm just saying stuff. Okay, up there. The Supreme Sacred Tribunal of, okay. Oh, you're glowing. I think I know what that means. Okay, let me turn that on. Listen carefully, Tomeo. When the trial begins, the petitioner will be asked to restate his charges, and the accused invited to respond. And in accordance with the law, they will be asked to restate the request for a trial by combat. Once the High Adjudicator acknowledges Tataru's right to name a champion, that is when you must make your entrance. So we're basically going to do I volunteer as tribute, Hunger Games style. Okay, I'm down with that. Oh, I cannot wait to see the look on Sir Grino's face when he sees his true opponent. Twill will be priceless. I volunteer as tribute. We're totally doing that. More seriously, should you begin to lose heart, look to me in the stands, and I shall cheer so loud you will wonder how you could ever have contrived to doubt yourself. Now, are you ready? Let's go.
We are gathered here today under the watchful gaze of the Fury to ascertain the guilt of 2 souls in a trial by combat. Petitioners, step forward. Sir Grino, for the benefit of all here present, I would ask you to repeat the charges which you have leveled against this man and this woman.
I, Sir Grino de Zemile, brother of the Heavensward, did bear
Title
witness
drop.
to these 2 foreigners consorting with heretics.
Let the accused step forward. Alfino Leveilleur, Tataru, you have heard the charges leveled against you. Will you take up arms to refute Sir Grino's claim, and thereby prove your innocence in the eyes of gods and men?
I, Alfino Leveilleur, am innocent of this charge, and claim my right to trial by combat.
Oh my god, I forgot how his voice actor changed. That took me by surprise. I've only played this game a couple of times. But I watched half a dozen streamers play through it. Nice. Yeah, this is my first time going through this. I'm excited.
I, Tataru, am innocent of this charge.
Oh, your voice is different too.
But I am no warrior and cannot fight. So, I claim the right to name a champion.
Yeah, your voice is completely different.
To the old and the infirm, the young and the weak, this right we allow. Very well. Who will stand for this woman?
What's up, bitches? I volunteer as tribute.
Just as I was beginning to doubt the efficacy of the Ishgardian justice system. Come, my friend. Let us put an end to this mummer's farce.
Ooh, we got the badass Ishgard music, too.
Barone, render unto us your judgment. Raise up the righteous, and cast down the wicked.
Alright, let's fucking go. No, you don't.
I have my pride.
Alright. No, you don't. I am keeping an eye on Alpha Node's HP, by the way. But I think he's got this.
I've got you now. Down with you! This isn't funny.
Alright. Almost there. Got him. GG. Inconceivable. Yay, we won. The Fury has spoken. Alpha Node, Levior, Tataru, you are hereby acquitted of all charges. Blessed are we who receive of her wisdom and see justice wrought by her divine hand. Petitioners accused go forth in peace. Delivered from an untimely demise yet again. My thanks, as always. Ah, she smiled. By the Fury, what a splendid victory, to see how you strove in the face of adversity. Two brave young souls bound together by the puissant bonds of camaraderie. Why, it stirred me to the depths of my soul. Having been treated to such a rousing spectacle, it seems only right that I present you with a humble token of mine appreciation. Pray receive of me this chocobo whistle. With a black chocobo, fully trained and ready to fly. Oh, it's like a Final Fantasy IV. You will be Mr. Beaky number 2. Magnificent, is she not? Strong yet sleek, elegant yet eager. What say you? Will you take her for your steed? Lord Hashifant, chocobos are prohibited in the Supreme Sacred Tribunal, but I am not saying that entire thing. Your steed must remain outside. help Totoro get a mount. I can give her my behemoth, or my sand lizard. Aether compass. Aether currents now accessible. Collection expanded. Aether compass acquired. Huh. You obtained a black chocobo. When riding this mode, you will have the ability to fly, provided certain conditions have been met. To fly in a given region, you must find and attune to all of the local aether currents. In order to attune to some aether currents, you'll need to complete certain quests. However, most can be discovered via exploration. To aid you in this endeavor, you have also obtained an aether compass, which provide you with both the bearing and the distance to the nearest aether current upon use. Aether compass can be found under collection in the duty section of the okay. To review your progress, select travel from the main menu followed by aether currents. Collection. Added an item of interest to your collection. Other such keepsakes can be found on your adventures will be stored here, viewable at any time, should you wish to reflect on your past deeds. Nice. Yeah, let's give Totoro a mount, because I have Mr. Beaky, the Chocobo. I have a Magitech, had this flying eyeball thing, the Behemoth, which I kind of don't like, the Cavalry Drake that I got from the Beast Tribes, Amalja, and I got my Unicorn. I need more mounts though. Let's see, minions. Oh, I got a lot of minions. Oh, I don't remember getting that one. Well, I have it now. Buffalo, Dust Bunny. I've mainly been using Nanamo because Nanamo is on my shoulder a lot, and it is so freaking adorable. Okay, let's take a look at the aether currents. Okay. And talk to you. Lord Hoshifant thinks you could do with a well-deserved rest. Black chocobos are well and good, but the true reward for your efforts is the exoneration of your comrades. Should be released upon the completion of certain minor formalities, which I mean to see personally. In the meantime, pray return to the Fort Thames Manor. The Count has done so already, and will doubtless be here to discuss today's events. I want to go see my bird. Also, I should give my chocobo a name. The black one. Oh, there it is. So I've done a lot of fishing and raising like my fisher level recently. And just doing a lot of like hunting, so my inventory is kind of full right now. Okay, black chocobo whistle. Okay, now summon the black chocobo. Nice. Okay, let's actually set that to a shortcut. Okay, there it is. Hotbar. Not roulette. Sure. Alone smiles on us yet again, guiding you to victory and setting your comrades free. I think this is the smart one of the two. I confess, I did fear for your safety, which is not to say I doubted your prowess, you understand. I merely knew the strength of your opponents. You do have a habit of exceeding my expectations. Okay, this is the dumbass. Investing 2 of the Heavensward while the city's elite looked on? By the fury, anyone could be paying attention to you will surely do so from now on. My lord. We have just received a message from the vault. His Eminence, the Archbishop, requests the presence of Mr. Sakrios. An invitation from the Archbishop? What an honor. Personal summons is indeed a grand honor. Given recent events, it would be wise not to delay. Go, we shall speak soon. A priest will be waiting for you outside the vault. Identify yourself to him, and he will escort you inside. Okie doke. Oh, it's all the way up there. I love this music. We are honored to receive you. This way, please.
Your Eminence, it is my honor to present to you the Warrior of Light.
I have heard the tales of your many grand endeavors. The Lord Commander has also been most effusive in his praise. I am Thorin VII, Archbishop of the Ishgardian Orthodox Church, and I bade you come here that I might offer my personal apologies.
You look familiar. I think I've seen you before.
You will forgive me for not calling upon you as courtesy would dictate. But, as you can see, my more sprightly days are long behind me. But I digress. Your companions were wrongly accused of heresy and subjected to gross indignities. This, I am sorry to say, was the result of negligence on the part of our nation's protectors. Negligence born of an excess of zeal. Is that not so, Sir Zephyrin?
Yes, Your Eminence. Regrettably, it would appear that we of the Heavensward were in receipt of erroneous information.
Title drop.
Sir Grino has ever been headstrong. He pressed charges before the truth had been ascertained, for which I most sincerely apologize.
Sir Chatterick. Nice.
An unfortunate misunderstanding born of an earnest desire to serve Ishgard, but one which should never have occurred. For who could doubt the character of those who bested Shiva and drove the Horde from the steps of faith? Not I. That much is certain. That will be all, Sir Zephyrin. I would speak with our guest in private.
Your Eminence? As you wish, Your Eminence. That will be all for today.
Oh, that look. That look.
Privacy is a luxury rarely afforded one in my position. Now tell me, young lady, what do you know of the Ascians?
They are asses. The Ascians are asses.
Much and more, I shouldn't wonder. Being the bringer of light. You should know that I myself have met with them, have entertained them as guests, even.
I no longer trust you. No, I never did in the first place.
Those harbingers of chaos and strife offered us power, that we might continue our war against the dragons. I have no intention of aiding their cause, of course, nor less of being their puppet. Yet, were I to refuse them outright, I should learn naught of their true objectives and remain powerless to stop them. Thus have I hearkened to their words with interest and paid lip service to their beliefs, biding my time and preparing for the inevitable conflict. And why do I tell you this? Because there is naught in this world they fear more than the power of the Warrior of Light. If we are to rid ourselves of these vile interlopers, we must need work together. With our combined strength, I have faith that we can wrest Eorzea from their grasp and pave the way for a lasting peace. Think on it.
Nods. I feel like this guy is the main villain of Heavensward. Don't confirm or deny that. And, I don't know, he has, like, evil vibes to me. But again, rhetorical. So I'm not gonna trust you just yet, good sir. Oh, Moogle. Hello? Where's your, That was random. The player was not there. It's just a Moogle. Unless they were, invisible. I also want that minion, by the way. Let me in. It's the beard, very Saruman. Yeah, I agree.
There you are. I confess, I was more than a little concerned when I learned that you had been summoned to the vault. What did they want with you?
Well, you know.
Well, well. A formal apology and an admonishment of those responsible. I see my fears were wholly misplaced. By the gods! The Archbishop freely admits to consorting with Ascians. So, their ambitions extend to Ishgard as well. We will have new primals to contend with ere long, of that you may be certain. 'Tis but a matter of time. Yet shorn of the support of our missing allies, what can we realistically hope to achieve?
In the midst of all the excitement, I completely forgot to tell you. When I was asking around about the Scions, I heard the most awful rumor. General Rauburn is to be executed for crimes against the Sultanate!
Oh yeah, that.
If the Flame General dies, we will lose a staunch ally, and the one man capable of holding the Sultana's assassins to account. Lord Orchiffon was wise to counsel restraint, but this business will brook no delay.
Are we gonna break him out?
We cannot permit this execution to take place. We must save Rauburn.
Fuck yeah, let's do that, because Rauburn is badass. That's all I'm gonna say. Past 2.5. Rauburn's cutscene. I was so happy when he did something. Lucky number 7. Okay, so let's, Alphanode wishes to share his plan of action for rescuing Rauburn. Let's do it. No, the situation calls for urgency. It would avail us little to change headlong into Olda without a plan. Before we formulate a plan, however, we must first learn how things stand in the Sultanate, which is why we propose that we visit Limsa Lominsa. Aye, you heard me right. While you were about your altruistic endeavors, I acted as an intermediary in trade negotiations between House Vortems and Elemensian Consortium. During said negotiations, an opportunity to send word to Admiral presented itself, and I seized it. I'm happy to report that we have yet a stout ally in Limsa. The Admiral has pledged her full cooperation in any effort to rescue Rob. Nice. Accordingly, I've agreed to meet with her, that we might discuss how best to proceed. Naturally, I told her to expect us both. Your presence never fails to embolden our allies, after all. When you arrive in Limsa, please make yourself known to Sergeant. Yeah, okay, Bora call. He will admit you to the bridge. Hope we're not too late to save Rauburn. I should have told you sooner about the execution, and with the trial and everything. Don't worry, it's not your fault. Don't worry, Tataru. Hug. There we go. Okay, let's go to Limsa Lominsa. That is amazing. Limsa Lominsa is empty. Like, where is everyone? Okay, it probably takes a while to load, but okay. Alright, there's everyone. Alright, where do I go? Aft Castle. The Admiral has been expecting you. Ah, yes.
Friends, 'tis good to see you safe and well. I will admit I had not counted on you seeking, let alone finding refuge within the Holy See, but full glad was I to learn that you had.
Did you get a new voice actor? I think you did.
Thankfully, we had allies there who took us under their wing. And theirs was not the only aid we receive, I suspect. When we fled Uldar, we fully expected to become wanted men, known to all and hounded at every turn. Yet that did not come to pass. On the contrary, 'twould seem the charges against us have not been made public. Might we have you to thank for that, Admiral?
Sharp as ever, Master Alphino. On Marshal Terrapin's urging, the Elder Seed Seer and I demanded that the Syndicate suppress news of the Scion's alleged crimes, until such time as irrefutable evidence could be found.
I guess that explains why we can go into old, because I did that a lot, despite the cutscenes from 2.5.
Our argument was simple. Lacking proof, to accuse the saviors of the realm of so unlikely a crime would have the people up in arms. In their wisdom, the Syndicate agreed, as you yourself have seen. There is something you should know. Some few days prior to the banquet, the Elder Seedseer and I were summoned for a private audience with the Sultana.
Oh.
There, she revealed her
we saw that
intent to
already.
announce her abdication, that she might pave the way for the establishment of an Uldan Republic.
What? But such an announcement would have plunged the entire nation into chaos.
I mean, to be fair, Alphino, the Ulda literally did go into chaos.
She was well aware of that. 'Twas for fear of what might ensue that she summoned us. Her Grace wanted the Elder Seedseer and I to lend Rauban a helping hand, you see? To aid him in preserving the peace during the transition.
So, having somehow caught wind of her plan, Lolorito and Teleji plotted the Sultana's assassination in the hope of maintaining the constitutional status quo. But they must have known that her death would sow as much chaos as her abdication.
Yep.
Chaos from which Teleji alone might feasibly stand to profit. Surely Lolorito would never know... Ah. Could it be? I dare not hope.
The Uldan authorities have yet to announce the Sultana's passing. To allay any suspicion that may arise from Her Grace's absence, they have issued a statement to the effect that she is presently convalescing from illness.
Nice excuse.
Mayhap they're waiting for a fitting moment to break the news. Or mayhap they know of some other reason to delay.
Something else has been bothering me, Admiral. I was dismayed to learn that General Rauban is to be executed. Yet upon hearing the news, I could not help but wonder why he had been kept alive for so long. Pray mistake not my meaning. I am, of course, overjoyed that our friend still draws breath, and that he might yet be saved. But if his enemies truly wished to eliminate him, they could have done so immediately. I see no reason for this delay.
Aye, you've struck upon an important point, Master Alphino. Following his capture, Rauban had been held in the Marasaja pit within Uldar. In recent days, however, he has reportedly been moved to an unknown location.
Mayhaps, but flaps.
Queerly, 'twas not the brass blades who spirited him away either, but a band of soldiers decked in blue.
Queerly.
The Crystal Braves.
Ouch, that hurts.
Aye. If I read the winds aright, the arrangement between Lord Lolorito and the Braves has come under strain. At any rate, if we're to rescue Rauban, we'll have to find him first. And you'll be glad to hear that I have already entrusted the task to those best able to see it done. Our friends of Doma.
Raubon's survival is vital to the Eorzean Alliance. We can ill afford to lose him, but I cannot send troops into Ul'dah. It would spell the end of the Alliance, and war, like as not. If there is to be a rescue, it falls on you and yours to attempt it. I would not have it any other way, Admiral. It was I who founded the Crystal Braves, and I must take responsibility for their actions. Spoken like a true leader. By ways of a first step, you should seek out our Doman contact. You will find her among the frontier hands at Revenant's Toll working in a kitchen. Oh. Nods in approval. Okay, Revenant's Toll. Yeah, in this game they say mayhaps a lot. It's really funny. Okay, where do I go? Oh, it's up there. Okay. I want that mount. It's a freaking chair. I think you can get it at the gold saucer, but I want that chair mount. Where's the person at? Is it here? Unless it's upstairs. Can you go upstairs? Alright, it's not there. It's not there. Okay, stairs. Okay, there we go. Geez, Alpha Node, you're already here. Could she be the domain con? Well, she has a meteor symbol on her head, so I could fathom a guess. I knew in my heart that you were safe, but to see you again in the flesh, words cannot express my relief. Even as the victory feast was taking place, the Crystal Braves turned upon us and took the rising stones by force. Amid the chaos, some of my fellow compatriots and I were able to slip away unnoticed. Since then, we have remained in Revenant's Toll, keeping watch over the Molteneers, waiting your return. You did well by us, and we Domans do not soon forget our debts. We swear to do all within our power to aid you. Well, that's nice. Shortly before you arrived, I received word from Limsa that you were searching for General Raubahn. As the Admiral has informed you, he was recently moved from his cell. At the same juncture, Yu Haisi and the 3rd Unit were observed leaving the Rising Stones. No simple coincidence. Their purpose, we believe, is to escort the General to the scene of his execution. Suffice to say, we have people shadowing the 3rd. If you would join the hunt, pray seek out Dewari at High Bridge, where I too am bound. High Bridge. Oh. Okay, it's right there. Okay, I do want to give our new friend a test run, so let's see. Yes. That is so freaking cool. I don't know what to name you, though. Well, whatever. Let us go. There is fuckery afoot. Do you have the same music? You do. Okay. I've been expecting you. Time is of the essence. I shall be direct. You, Hase, and his men are bound for Halatali. We believe this is where they intend to carry out the execution. Hozan is presently keeping watch over the entrance. Do I need to do Halatali again? Again, rhetorical. The traitor Liberd arrived and entered Halatali. For this, we may be certain that General Raubahn is being held within. Sure. Got a ring offending. Slang. Sure. There's no time to lose. Raubahn may be executed at any moment. You must enter Halatali and free him from his captors. Please see to your preparations and tell me when you're ready to proceed. One of our own will accompany you inside. Oh, okay, so I don't have to do the dungeon again, I think, since this guy is glowing. Alright then. Actually, I'm gonna, since I'm getting experience here, I'm gonna pop a battle manual for more EXP. Okay, let's go. Level 53. Keeping the flame alive. Yugiri.
Pray, forgive me my lateness.
Lady Yugiri!
Master Alphino, I am pleased to see that the light of resolve shines in your eyes once more.
Ah, yes. How pathetic I must have seemed to you when we last met. I am ashamed to recall it. For a time I was well and truly lost. But with the aid of my comrades, I have since refound my purpose, and I shall take care not to misplace it again.
Did he just say comrades? Never mind.
Since your escape from Ulda, my fellow shinobi and I have shadowed the Crystal Braves every step, in hopes of learning the Scion's whereabouts. Regrettably, our investigation has yet to yield any useful information.
You need not apologize, my lady. We are grateful for all that you have done on our behalf. Besides, Rauban is no less a friend, and we cannot well abandon him to his fate.
Hozan, the three of us shall attend to the Flame General's rescue. Pray, draw away the guards by the entrance. Take Dowade and Higiri with you.
Ninja vanish.
With me!
Alright. Alright, so ninja and I think you're a scholar. Alright, so heal me please.
Away with you!
Okay. Okay, nice. Alright, let's go.
Leave this to me.
Alright, thank you. Okay, no treasure there. Music here is really good. I think this is different than the original Halatali. Where is captors? I feel like this is a trap. This is definitely a trap. You came. This is definitely a trap. He is bound by some manner of magitech device. Yet I dare not force it open. It may be booby-trapped. I have heard of such devices. The crystal braves will possess the key. Let us split up and look for it. That will not be necessary. Is it Pippin? Oh, it's this jackass. Pray do not take it personally, my friends. You are the victims of harsh economic conditions. Happily, you will not suffer for long. The poison will convey you swiftly onto the bosom of Thal, where I hope to join you, after the passing of many prosperous years. Okay. Okay, so no healing. That's fine. There we go. I must stop it at the source. Okay, let's just kill this thing first. The Braves have the key. Okay, good to know. I do hope I'm going the right way, by the way. Because I think this is the end. Yeah. Okay. It's not that way. Okay, humming atomizer. Okay, nice. Got it. That takes care of the mist. The mist has cleared. Now to find the key and free Raubahn. Okay, so probably this way. Okay. Yeah, you're the conjurer. You must die first. Okay, nice. One thing I learned late, always kill the conjurer or the healer first, because they suck. Oh. The key, take it to... Yeah, I know. Stop backseating me, Alphanet, please. I think I could jump across here. Yep. Alright. My thanks. Slowly, General. You're a week from your ordeal. Nevertheless, we must quit this place. I should have known. What clever contrivances to the Warrior of Light. Well done, hero. Yep. Liebird. You mean to struggle on then, very well. If you stand in my way, I'll cut you down like all the rest. Come, let us get this over with. Alright. Alright, and you...
It is nothing.
Alright then, perfect. Let's do this.
I'm not finished yet.
I'll tear you limb from limb.
Okay. You are a conjurer. You must die.
go!
Bye, Liberd. Good riddance.
This changes nothing.
It is over, Ilberd. Lay down your
Ilberd.
arms and surrender yourself to justice.
Whatever. Liberd, Ilberd, whatever.
Justice? Justice for what exactly? 'Twas not I who assassinated the Sultana, boy.
Ere we debate who is responsible for the assassination, I would ask whether an assassination took place at all.
Oh, clever little shite. If you think you fight for justice, lass, you'd best wake up. The truth is, you fight for whoever bloody well tells you to. Can you not see you're being used? By the Scions, the City-States, even the Crystal Braves? They none of them care a whit what you want. Only what you can do for them. And how do I know this? Because I'm the same. A pawn to be used as my masters see fit. All I ever wanted was to liberate my homeland. And I ate dirt to make it happen. But what have I achieved after all these years in servitude? Nothing. Not a bloody thing. If we ourselves are not free, free to think and to act, how are we ever to reclaim our homeland? Know this. There is nothing I would not give to take back Alamigo. Nothing!
You'll not get away!
No, Master Alpha, no. Now is not the time.
Yeah, more important things.
I'm but a cripple and a fool. And still you came for me. I'm in your debt.
We are all of us fools of fate, General. But even fools have a part to play.
We stand with you.
Rest assured, I was not planning to die till I'd avenged the Sultana. Still, your words are welcome, lass. Know this, Ilberd. There is nothing I would not give to see you pay for what you've done. My wealth, my arm, my life. Nothing.
General, are you aware that Lord Lolorito has yet to announce the Sultana's death to the public?
What? No. No, I was not aware of that, nor of anything else outside my cell. 'Tis passing strange, though. I assumed the bastard would make it known at the first opportunity, and set about tearing down the Sultanate.
As did we all. And it is indeed strange that he did not. Strange, or perhaps revealing. Now, I have no conclusive proof, nor do I wish to give you false hope, but I have reason to believe that Her Grace may yet live.
What? But how can that be?
I kind of get the same feeling too, just because if he announced that she passed or she was assassinated, Nanama would probably just spring out from wherever she is and just say, "No, I'm not dead." And, "Oh yeah, you planned my assassination, by the way. Lock him up."
Forgive me, friends, but it is not safe here. Let us continue this conversation without...
Yeah, I do believe she is still alive. Again, do not confirm or deny that. The general is safe. What news without? The guests have been subdued, as per your command. We have since kept watch over the entrance. There have been no further activity. The Nailbird and his minions had fled via some other egress. Scour the perimeter for signs of their passing. At once. Hello? General Alden, I presume, and the scions of the Seventh Dawn. Who are you? Identify yourself. Pray do not be alarmed. My mistress is a friend, and I come bearing a message of goodwill. Then why are you called Dark Stranger? For your own safety, she bade me direct your steps to the waking. Pray go to the waking sands. Know that Master Urianger awaits you there, along with others sympathetic to your cause. Urianger. Okay. This is no ruse, I assure you. If you come with me, I prepared a carriage, that you may travel in comfort, safe from prying eyes. I have spoken with Urianger during the Leak Pearl. He confirms the man's story. Raubon is in safe hands. Let us make way to Vesper Bay. We've not been there in a while. It's really cool though, like we've already rescued Raubon. So the story already is wrapping up already. Now, normally I would teleport to Vesper Bay, but I want to give our little black feathered friend here a test run. Okay, where do I go to Western Thunderland? Okay, down there. Also, I'm one more level to level 60 for Warrior, and then I'm going to switch up to Dragoon. But I don't think I'm going to level to level 60 this stream. So I think next time, I do plan on streaming this game again and continuing with Heavensward. but that probably won't be for a while, just because I want to rest my hand and take a break from the game. But it shouldn't be that long though. Maybe like a week break or something. I'll probably stream this on my birthday on the 16th. Hello, I'm back.
My dearest friends, praise be unto the 12 for delivering you from the clutches of treachery.
You are not Gideon Emery. I kind of miss the old voice. Oh well.
Father!
Pippin!
Pippin! My son! And Master Papashan besides!
Forgive me, Father. I should have been at Her Grace's side.
Save your tears. The Sultana yet lives.
You...
It was I who arranged this gathering. And judging by your perplexed expressions, it would seem introductions are in order. I am Dulala, head of the Order of Noldthor, and member of the Syndicate.
What you said about the Sultana, is it true? Is she alive?
Young lady, I understand you were with the Sultana when she drank from the poisoned goblet and collapsed. Would I be correct in assuming that you did not personally verify Her Grace's vital signs?
Yeah, we really did not have the time to do that because we were interrupted by Lothoriel's goons and Telegi's.
Why ask when 'tis plain you know the answer?
Calm yourself, General, and let me finish. The truth is not as you imagine it. You are all victims of a most ingenious ruse. A ruse conceived to eliminate the threat posed by Teleji Adeleji. 'Tis my belief that Teleji plotted the Sultana's assassination alone, but that Lolorito caught wind of his plot and exploited it to his own ends.
Yeah, I kind of got the feeling when I saw the cutscenes.
He sought to manipulate you into eliminating Teleji for him, and you duly obliged. At one fell swoop, he removed his two foremost rivals, all the while remaining above suspicion.
I mean, to be fair, Teleji was a fucking dick. Like, he fucking had it coming. He was an asshole.
God strike me down for a fool. But the Sultana, how can it be that she lives?
She lives because Lolorito willed it. Her own lady-in-waiting is but one of his many little birds. By her sleight of hand, the poison was switched for a less deadly draught before it could reach her mistress's lips.
Of course.
Some manner of sedative, perchance, of a potency sufficient to induce a slumber like unto death.
Yeah, makes sense.
Were I to guess, I would say Her Grace is being held somewhere, dreaming dreams of a brighter Uldar, even as we speak.
Oh, Nanamo.
Yay.
I will never forgive Lolorito for his part in this.
Though Lolorito's hands are far from clean, they did pluck her grace from the jaws of death. That must count for something. And though one may call the man's methods into question, it cannot be denied that he knows the value of stability, to the very gill, like as not. He craves power, 'tis true, but he has no desire to depose the Sultana. I had never taken sides in your feud with the monetarists, but it was not for want of concern for our nation's welfare. Indeed, 'twas out of the desire to see order restored that I furnished your Far Eastern friends with information, and arranged this gathering. I hope you are ready to work, General, for there is much work to be done. Our first priority must be to bring matters back into balance. Lest you forget Her Grace's words, the true wealth of Uldar lies in the health, happiness, and hopes of her people. As for the more worldly kind of wealth, I am content to let Lolorito help himself to whatever Teleji Adeleji left behind. You, meanwhile, must do that which you alone can do. Rescue Her Grace, and take your place at her side once more, for her sake, and that of our nation.
Alright. I had not counted on Dawala herself appearing. In my defense, my suspicions regarding the Sultana proved more precedent. Much remains to be done. In rescuing Rauban, we've taken a vital first step towards resolving matters in Ulda. We couldn't have done it without you. Yay. Okay, what are these? Let's just get this one. Tataru? Yes, General Raban is in safe hands. Another assault? We shall... Yep, back to Ishgard. Pray notify the Count of our coming. Seem we faced another crisis. The Dravanians are preparing to resume their siege of the Holy See. Though I am loath to abandon the Sultana to her fate, we lack the necessary evidence to act upon Dulala's claims. That be the case, I propose we leave Marshal Terrapin and the others to investigate. Return with all haste to Ishgard. Yep. Just gonna check here very quick. Alright, let's go back to Ishgard. I think after this this next big quest thing, I'm gonna start doing some of the blue the blue quests that are around Ishgard, because I did see a few around there. Okay. Sorry for cutting our reunion short. I would not have bothered you, but the city's awash with rumors of another Dravian attack, and Lord Hoshafan was desperate to get a hold of you. Speaking of whom, he and the others are waiting inside. Okay. Oh. My friend, I thank you for answering our call with such alacrity. And I am sure you are aware now the Dravanians are once more gathered for war. Mr. Sakios Alphanode, I must apologize for this abrupt summons, but we thought it best to have Tataru's contact you by the most direct means available. When the observation bell tolls, 'tis a warning that cannot be ignored. The Holy See has ordered that we make ready for battle. In case you haven't heard, a band of trappers returning from the west claim they saw a cloud of dragons big enough to dim the midday sky. Nidhogg's minions gathered once more for war. But I will not have you take up arms in another of our conflicts. When first you came to Ishgard, I offered you my protection. If I cannot ensure your safety here, I cannot well accept your aid, much less ask for it. Scions of the Seventh Dawn, you are faced with a choice, to remain in a besieged Ishgard or seek sanctuary elsewhere. I would not presume to influence your decisions, but I must ask you make it swiftly, lest our enemies force your hand. That we flee to the ends of the world, to it seem no place in this troubled age is free of strife. Once more the horde descends upon Ishgard, and once more her weary defenders must take up spear and bow, and axe. The Count would have us seek shelter from the storm, but I for one grew tired of running. If we are to shine the light of dawn, we must do so in the sight of our fellow men, not hungered in a hole. I agree. I will stay and fight. And fight we shall. Let it never be said we abandoned our allies in their hour of need. The choice we make to this day may prove grave implications for our order. It is only right that Tataru should have a say. Come, let us meet outside and discuss the path that lies before us.
Ishgard cannot well endure another assault. Even should her knights succeed in turning back the horde, the casualties will be catastrophic.
But what other choice do we have? It's not like we can talk it over with them. Dragons and men aren't exactly on speaking terms.
With certain notable exceptions.
You don't mean Iceheart?
When last you spoke with her, she lamented her crimes, did she not? Then there remains a sliver of hope. If we can persuade Iceheart to act as our intermediary, we may yet be able to convince Nidhogg to abandon his bloody course.
If there is to be a meeting, I would accompany you.
Estinian.
Even with your intermediary, Nidhogg's blood rage may render him deaf to reason. However, the mere attempt may afford our forces precious time to prepare. Of course, you might also consider a more direct approach to ending this conflict. With the power of the Eye at my disposal, and the vaunted strength of the Warrior of Light, we could conceivably slay the beast outright.
So I gotta say something. I started the Dragoon job, or the Lancer job, and went into Dragoon, and this guy was part of the quest line for that. And during those cutscenes under the Dragoon, he was kind of an adversary to us. I haven't really gotten far in the Dragoon quest line, but now he's here trying to help us. So the timing of the two situations are kind of awkward, to be honest. But okay.
If we are to risk a face-to-face meeting with the Dread Worm, I for one would feel safer in the company of the Azure Dragoon. However, I should only turn to your alarms if my words failed to find their mark. Is that clear?
Perfectly. I shall assume that Isard enjoys similar diplomatic protection until instructed otherwise. A word of advice. Think carefully before divulging the particulars of this plan to Sir Emmerich. 'Twould not do to have the Lord Commander accused of consorting with heretics.
Indeed. I thank you for your counsel, Estinian. We shall be honored to have you with us.
I am glad to be of service.
We have chosen a difficult road. Yet even should we succeed in winning Icehard to our cause, our plans for parley will safely come to naught should the Holy See decide to strike first against the Horde. We must petition the Lord Commander's aid. We've set forth. I only hope that Sir Emmerich will be willing to muzzle Ishgard's forces on the strength of our vague assurances. Tataru, I would ask you to remain at Fort Thames Manor and inform the Count of our decision. Tell him the Scions of the Seventh Dawn mean to do it all in their power to ensure that Ishgard and her people survive. Yes, sir. Okay. Okay, I am actually gonna take a break. Okay, so I'm going to take a short 5-minute break, but I'm not going to take long, just to refill my water, since my water's already dry, and there's like lots of dialogue, but I'll be back in like 5 minutes. I have no idea how to set this to be right back, but it's fine. I'll be right back. But okay, that's fine. Alright, we're back. Alright, proceed to the seat of Lord Commander.
I want the defenses of the Outer Ward rechecked. See to it that the ballistas are in good repair and supplied with enough ammunition for a prolonged siege.
At once, my lord.
Ah, 'twould seem I have visitors, and unlike those messing beyond our walls, these ones are welcome.
Pray forgive us for interrupting you in the midst of your preparations, Sir Emmerich, but our suit concerns the impending assault. To speak plain, we believe there is a chance the invasion might be halted before it even begins. I can divulge little more at this time, but I must nevertheless request that you advise the Holy See to refrain from launching any preemptive sorties whilst we seek to put our plans in motion.
I will gladly lend my support to any endeavor that could spare the blood of my countrymen, but I would know more of the cause you would have me champion. Will you not share aught of this mysterious undertaking?
It's perfectly fine, Bond. I'm not running OBS. I'm streaming strictly on the PlayStation. But, yeah, my other computer had OBS and all my other stuff on it.
Know that I have offered my lance to aid in this endeavor. I cannot claim that its success is assured, but our actions should serve to delay Nidhogg's advance at the very least. Which is more than can be said for the ill-conceived counterattack advocated by the sea's more vocal crusaders. They offer glorious death, but little hope of victory.
Aye, their proposal does not inspire confidence. Our resources should rightly be spent shoring up the city's defenses. The Azure Dragoon and the Warrior of Light sallying forth together to face the dread worm Nidhogg. I must admit the mere thought of it does much to dispel my misgivings. Go then, carry out your plan. I shall do what I can for you within the Holy See.
So, like anything else, OBS, I'm pretty sure there are some good OBS tutorials that will kind of help you along with that. For the most part, OBS is not that bad. But, yeah, there's like tons of tutorials and stuff for everything to help you out. Okay, Alpha Node. Having secured Sir Emmerich's report, we may proceed without fear of a preemptive Ishgardian attack, which is not to say we can't afford to dither. History tells us that the Dravanians will attack as soon as the horde reaches a critical size. Before that happens, we must track down and win over the Lady Iceheart, and then locate and parley with Nidhogg. In short, time is against us. If you are ready, Estinian, let us be about our task.
Such commotion.
Yes, Your Eminence. The bells of the Observatorium warn of our enemy's approach.
So, the dragons are coming. Let them come, in their hundreds and their thousands. With the divine blade in our hands, we shall rend their flesh and drown the heretics in their master's blood. Even Nidhogg and his foul brood shall be powerless to resist us. And when we have rid the world of their pestilence, we shall turn our attention to our Ascian allies. See that they are suitably rewarded for their invaluable assistance.
He said Ascian allies. Okay. I knew you were stinky.
If I may, Your Eminence, the Paragons wield powers strange and unknowable. Can we be certain that they will not see through our deception?
Oh.
We can be certain of naught save the righteousness of our cause. If you would be a true leader of men, you must possess conviction as well as caution. We seek to excise the root of an evil that has blighted us for 1,000 years. The risk is worth the reward.
And what of Estinian and this Warrior of Light? They have plans of their own.
Leave them to their purpose. We must each play the role we have been given. You and your chosen brothers most of all.
For the glory of King Thordan.
Huh. Did you just turn into a Dark Knight? Interesting. An Essien or a Dark Knight, one of them. Oh, a minion. Wind up Alpha Node. Perfect for international summits. Family get-togethers, pre- or post-battle gatherings, or any other occasion where the repercussions of past occurrences is absolutely positively necessary. That's funny. Isn't that backwards? The rewards should be worth the risk. Yeah, it kind of makes more sense. Before we set forth, we must inform Tataru of our plans. And I shall wait for you at St. Reniat's Forum. Tell your friend we may be sometime. The road you have chosen neither short nor easy. Of that I need no reminding. Let us head back to Fort Ham's Manor. Our course is set. Maybe sometime before Timea and I can return to Ishgard. Dramatic hand gestures. Well, just be careful. Oh, and don't worry about me. I'll be busy listening out for news of our lost friends. If anyone can find them, it's you. Farewell for now. Oh, before you go, you must put this on Ephenode. I made it specifically. No, I couldn't possibly. Oh, very well. New drip. By the 12, it fits perfectly, and the quality is actually rather good. Glad you like it. I've been practicing my needlework while I listen to rumors and the like. Good receptionist is always learning new skills. My thanks, Tataru. Whatever else awaits me upon the road, I shall not fear the cold. Meanwhile, here I am, just wearing a dress and some sandals. My bare legs are shown. 'Twas the least I could do. Now I must be getting back to the tavern, or I'll never catch up with all the gossip. The way I see it is, since we're the Warrior of Light, we have like an automatic cold immunity. That's why we could dress however the hell we want. Because otherwise she would just freeze to death in this cold weather. Like, that's my headcanon, at least. Justinian, you've said your farewells then. Are we ready to depart? Where are we going, by the way? I suggest we begin our search for Lady Iceheart without delay. Very well, but she will prove an elusive quarry. Where do you intend to start looking? In the absence of any fresh intelligence on the Sales movements, I propose we pick up the trail where she was encountered last, the Corythus Western... Oh, we're going back to, Corythus. Let us speak with, Sir Wedwald. What was it? As a commander of the Falcon's Nest, it is like that he will know any heretic activity has been reported in the area. Oh, so it's Falcon's Nest. Okay, so that's the new area. Yeah. Oh, that's Gervania. Interesting. Cool. Okay. Well, Miss Aqueous, what business brings you back to the Falcon's Nest? Judging by the company you keep, it could be no trifling matter. The Azure Dragoon I know, of course, but I do not believe I have met this young gentleman. Elfinode, at your service. You may not be mistaken as to the gravity of our mission. As I am sure you're aware, the Observatorium has warned that the Giovannians gather for another assault. We believe there may be a way to avert the coming conflict, but only if we could find the elusive Lady Iceheart. Thus we have come to the Falcon's Nest, in hopes of acquiring the latest intelligence of the heretics' movements. I see. Then you would best be served by speaking directly to my men. A patrol is due to return from its sweep of the surrounding lands at any moment. You may also wish to question the knights assigned to pick over the remains of the heretic refuge at Gorgane Mills. It is possible they have unearthed information that could be of use to you. Mr. Socrates knows well the place I speak of, for it is she who first discovered it. I do not remember where that place is. Let us divide our forces then. I'll stay and await the return of the patrol while the two of you visit this refuge. While I've completed my inquiries, I will join you there. To head out for rehearsal. You have a great evening, and congrats. Thank you, Bond, for joining me. Thank you so much, and have a good rest of your night. Thank you. A wise use of our time. I'm eager to learn what Sir Redwald's men have found in the heretic's lair. I still need to give this guy a name. Really? You give me a black chocobo and he can't even fly? Like you advertised it that he would fly. Come on. Okay, I think they said Aether Currents. Well, if anything, I think this bird is faster than Mr. Beaky. I think they're about the same. You know what? Let's just do this one. Because this fate's almost done anyway. And I do need seals for the Grand Company. Okay, perfect. Oh. What's that? Oh, Aether Current. You attune with the Aether Current. In addition to currents found in the field, there are others which can only be accessed through the main side quest. Information on current attunement can be viewed under Aether Currents. Okay, so that was one of them. Okay, nice. Damn, I still can't fly. That's the bridge. So maybe I have to go past the bridge, I think. This place is really huge and having no flight really sucks. So, how was everyone's Halloween? This is long and a slog, I think. How was everyone's Halloween? Okay, where am I going? Oh, okay. Okay, I think up there. Yeah, normally I'm streaming today, November 1st, but my anniversary was actually yesterday. on Halloween. Oh, there's another Aether Current. But I wanted to take yesterday off just to relax and just do Halloween stuff. Better understanding of the area's movements of the wind. Okay. Hot-tempered night. Oh. Okay, I'll probably do that later on. Okay, there you guys are. Our findings, you say, while there's some of a tale there. No sooner had we chanced upon a promising-looking sheaf of letters than we were ambushed from the shadows by great white beasts. Twould seem the heretics foresaw our coming and left behind their pets to discourage further investigation. Some of our number were badly wounded, and you can't carry out your duties unless the creatures are slain. We have not the time to wait for reinforcements. Let us deal with these pets ourselves. Sounds good. Creature took me by surprise, forgive me. Till my hand stopped shaking, fear shall prove more of a hindrance than help. Pray go on ahead. You just murdered a polar bear, Alphanode. Oh. Okay, this seems safe. Hello. Tank polar bear. Tame dwarf bear. Beasts are slain then. My thanks. There's only 2 of them. I was expecting, like, more of them, I think. You will return to her duty without fear of mauling. Yay! Alright, come on out. Winds up Alphanode minion. So cute. He is so tiny and precious and adorable. Look at him. Okay. And she's like, tell me your secrets. Okay. Alright, more of these. You wish to track down Lady Iceheart. Is that not so? The records we discovered ere those beasts mauled my comrades appear to have some manner of correspondence. We've not had the luxury of perusing their contents more closely, intent as we were on surviving an onslaught of fang and claw, but I wager those epistles, I cannot pronounce that, contain more than friendly salutations betwixt lonely heretics. My interrogation of the patrol proved fruitless. Either we divined some clue from these letters, or we wander the snowfields and pray that the gods lead us right to Iceheart's door. It is hardly a choice at all. Okay, where do we go? Collect heretic epistles. More of those. Okay. Oh, there's one right there. Alright, there's one. Another one. Oh, there's another one. And one more, right there. Have you recovered much of the heretics' correspondence? Yes, we have. Splendid. Added to the contributions from Master Alphanode and Sir Estinian, we now have more than a dozen letters. What have we here then? Every one of these pages is a record of the dealings betwixt the Gorgana Mills heretics and their fellows in the amphitheater. Their requests for foodstuffs, clothing, and all manner of provisions. Iceheart's followers must yet inhabit the ruins we had thought abandoned. Let's go with this one. Sounding out the amphitheater. Alphanode seems intent on traveling to the amphitheater. The very place where you witnessed the manifestation of the primal Shiva. If that is our destination, the journey will be long indeed. The amphitheater lies on the other side of a treacherous trek of ice and snow that cannot be swiftly crossed. We must place our faith in the Aethernet. Our dear friend Monbrita succeeded in recreating the XIV after it had been destroyed by Lady Azure. At the time, it was assumed that the resultant aetherite would only be temporarily viable, but given that the heretics of Gorgani Mills seem to have been in regular contact in the course of mapping the Snowcloak's tunnel system, a passage was discovered leading to the Western Highlands. Might it be possible for us to reach the aetherite from this side of the wall? It should. House Durandare posted soldiers at the Western Highlands entrance after the tunnels were cleared, but they will not deny us entry. Okay. Okay, how do I get out of here? Yeah, so far with this expansion, Heavensward, it's completely, it's totally different than A Realm Reborn. Like, the slog is still there, since we don't have, like, faster travel methods, but, like, the story is more in your face. Because, like, the beginning of A Realm Reborn, we were just getting our hands wet with being an adventurer and learning the mechanics of the game, but I guess that makes sense that we're already well versed in being an adventurer, so the story's more fluid here. Still cannot fly. Oh dear, that does not look good. Okay, nope, we're not gonna fight that. Okay, so we're revealing more areas here, which is good. Also, I do not think I'm gonna fall down there. This place is really, really huge. Huh. Okay. I have no idea where I'm going. Okay, do I need to jump down? That seems like a long drop. Or is there a way to get down from there? I assume there must be. Okay. Alright. Yeah, that's a long drop. Okay, YOLO. Ah, I still got damaged. Okay, YOLO. 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 No. Oh my god. Alright, I'm kind of screwed now. How do I get back up? Damn it. Okay, up there. Well, if anything, the music is really good. It's kind of livening the mood a bit. Okay, so I'm back up here. Okay, if I jump across, maybe. But let me see. I could probably make that, but I'm not gonna try. Okay, I think that's where I need to be. Okay, let's see. Alright, good. Are you serious? Come on, jump up. You can't make that jump? Okay, we'll have to find another way on the other side. Yeah, I don't care. Okay, is there a way up here? Okay, that's the bridge. Okay, yeah, there is. So I can just head up here, I think. Welcome to the next 2 hours of me getting lost in this freaking place. Alright then, yeah. I think by far this is like my least favorite place, at least until I get a flight. Okay, there it is, I think. That is not it. Where is it? Oh no. Don't tell me it's all the way up there. Like, freaking do not tell me it's all the way up there. Like, do I have to climb that? It's all the way up there, isn't it? Or actually, it's right here. Or is it right there? Welcome to Final Fantasy XIV, where I get lost all the freaking time. Okay, I think I found it. For the love of Hydaelyn, please let this be it. Okay, please be a person of interest. Spitting image of Haldrath. First of the Azure Dragons. Ishkar's Fountain Fathers. Okay, that is not it. Okay, that's good. That is really good. I am nowhere near that area. Okay, I think I could take the bridge back. Okay. Yeah, I think I could take the bridge back and then go around to the other side. I think I lost maybe like 20 minutes of stream time, but whatever. Please do not be a cliff. Okay, thank God. Okay, I think I'm finally on the right track. Please. I swear if I fall down there, I'm gonna scream. That another person. What is that? Oh, okay. You have fun with that. Where the hell is... Oh my god. Fine then. Okay. Alpha Node, where the hell are you guys? Okay, this is where I was, but... Okay, the tower there was not, that wasn't where I was supposed to be. This would be so much easier with flying, I swear. Okay. Let's go again. YOLO. Are you serious? Seriously? Alphanode, really? You could have told me, given me a better location on the map. Just for that. What can I do? Yeah, we are so disgusted. Like, what the hell? Yeah, seriously. Okay. Now, the guests have helped explore 4 times, accompanied by the Azure Dragon, no less. I cannot imagine what brought you out this far. You have no freaking idea. Welcome to enter the tunnels if that is your will. Assuming the Akafala beacon still functions, we must pray to the 12 it does. We shall arrive at our destination in mere moments. Though I do not expect to be greeted by the primal Shiva, we should nevertheless be prepared for a frosty reception. Is this a dungeon? The heretics are not like to rejoice at the appearance of uninvited guests, particularly ones with our history. Oh, it's not a dungeon. The guy is glowing. He has the glowy thingy on there. Okay. An impressive structure. I wonder how many ages it has endured. Mayhap. You should ask its occupants. They seem a friendly bunch. Alright, kill the conjurers. Dogs of Ishgard, it is not enough that you banish our beloved saint. We will not be satisfied until the ice is slick with the last drops of our blood. Stay your weapons. We conjure the flag of parley. We only wish to speak with your mistress, that we may broker a peace. You have us fooled, boy. We'll take more than honeyed words to earn our trust. You walk with the Dragon Slayer, and we know all too well what he is capable of. My reputation precedes me. Right, they give us little choice. Come, brothers, may dragon wings bear us to victory. Okay, conjured. Okay, you're the conjurer.
Your guard is down.
Oh, there's a dragon right there. What else is there? Is that the Dragoon doing that? Okay, you're a summoner, I think. So far, this isn't bad. Oh, hello.
Focus. Release!
Are there any more?
Know your folly.
Right there. Yeah, too bad. I could soak up that damage. Hello. Okay, good. Fight like demons. 'Tis death to remain. Fall back, brothers. Retreat to the cinders. I see no sign of Lady Iceheart. Would that we could have questioned one of them? What would you ask that we do not already know? They make for the cinders, and so must we. Even should an ambush await us, 'tis certain there will be more heretics to question. The cinders, you say? I confessed, the name is unknown to me. Mayhap you would be so good to enlighten us? I suspect it is the heretic's way of referring to the Dreaming Dragon, an island of sorts found in the midst of the frozen lake of Ashpole. Some 500 years past, 'tis told that the Azure Dragon of the Age fought a dragon of titanic proportions. After a savage struggle, the mighty creature was weakened onto the point of death and forced into a magicked slumber by an entire chapter of the Holy Sea's sorcerers. A rain of ash and cinders did begin to fall upon the sleeping serpent's motionless form, covering the creature at a length in a shroud of gray. Of course, a thick layer of ice has since formed on top of it, but you may be sure I speak true. Fascinating tale we should make to this Ashen Isle. Not in agreement. The Dreaming Dragon lies far to the west. Before we approach the frozen beast, however, there's another place I would visit first. I'm told the convictors have set up camp in Twin Pools. Their leader, Jantalot, may have information of use to us. You are not familiar with the name either. The convictors are dragon slayers, after a fashion, but I'm willing to wager they encounter their fair share of heretics. If we are indeed walking into a trap, I would learn all there is to know of our foe. Sound suggestion. Let us speak with these convictors, then and temper our haste with a measure of caution. Okay, you guys can disappear, but you can't help me like teleport out of here. Okay, thanks guys. I think I said this before in my previous like streams when I was first playing this game. I think probably the exploration of this area, where the travel options are kind of limited, is kind of the real slog of this part of the game, and it's kind of bad. Where is this? Oh, that's a new area. Okay, so if we keep heading west... Well, I am not even like halfway done with this map. And there's just like so much of it. Okay. So I think if I keep heading along the river, I should be able to find where Alpha Node are at. Okay, up here. Maybe? There are a lot of fates here, though. Oh, there's a dungeon right there. Okay. Okay, right there. No. Okay, there it is. I found it. Chocobo keep? Yes, please. Okay. Weapons. Okay, so these are level 50 armor. Okay, so they're kind of outdated. Repair gear. Not yet. Tools, maybe. Okay. Oh, there's one right there. Better understand the area's movement of the winds. Okay. We to join the esteemed ranks of the convictors, are we? The hard-eyed lass looks promising, but you have a frail look upon you. Boy, I give you 3 days or the winds claim your corpse. I beg your pardon? Be not so quick to judge. I have seen this frail youth fell heretics with a flick of his wrist. And who are you to question him? Oh, by the Fury. Tharmer of the Lance, the Azure Dragoon himself, graces our camp. Pray forgive my disrespect. I am Gentilot, leader of the Convictors and fellow Slayers of Dragons. May I ask what winds, fair and foul, carry you to our humble camp? Well, you know. Lady Iceheart, is it? I know her by reputation, but I'm afraid I've seen naught of her or her people. That said, my own men can be somewhat lax when it comes to making reports. You may wish to question them yourselves. Thank you, we shall. Timea, Estinian, let's make our way through the camp and see what information there is to be had. Oh. So you guys unlock something. Now let me poke you first. Simmering with impatience. Aether current. The dead not care for justice, but let's even have yes. And that Mr. Sakuya's honored word of hospitality. Surely you would consider my request. Know the dusk vigil, westernmost of the citadel watchtowers built to warn the hordes approach. 'Twas lost following the calamity, another victim of the snows. With the ruins lie a priceless treasure which must be reclaimed. I thought to enlist the services of these so-called dragon slayers, but it seems their courage is not as boundless as they would have you believe. But you were not one to shy away from danger. Nope, we jump headfirst right into it. Very good indeed. There's a sculpture of the Fury within the Dusk Vigil's chapel. An ice rondel is set in its helm. I would have you praise it free and deliver it to me. The Vigil is not difficult to find. Simply head north, towards Banepool until you come to the gates. Knights may bar your passage, but you should explain who you are and grant you leave to enter. Okay, nice. And what have you? Okay, another one. Gentilot warns you to experience firsthand what life at the Convictory is like. I remember you. How could I forget? You're the last who was in the Azure Dragoon's company. Since you're here anyway, perhaps you'd like to try your hand at a spot of hunting before you depart. Sure. Dravanian Horde is much stronger than you may expect. Unless you've been at it for years like I have, I think it's prudent to start with something simple and then work your way up. I suggest rooms. Like 3 of those and come back here. Okay. So, side quest time. Okay, they're right there. doing next. And one more. Okay. And how far is this? Oh, it's all the way up there. Alright, let's go back to the camp. Okay, Aether Current. Tuning with the Aether Current allows you better understanding of that. Okay, so I got one of those. Does it do anything? Okay, still can't fly. Alright, let's go all the way up here. Oh my god. Okay, there's the way down, I think. Alright, so I might have to go around. Okay, YOLO. Oh, that's a level 60. Nope. That's a flan. Nice. Nothing. Yeah, this is a dungeon. Okay, right there. The Dusk Vigil. Rooms are infested with wild beasts, and God only knows what else. Order the Convictors claim to have seen a massive winged beast, not a dragon, but something altogether different. Be it for me to deny a esteemed personage the opportunity to kill herself in her new exciting ways. Pray go on ahead. Okay, nice. It is the dungeon. Okay. Can I do this? Can I do this with my squadron? Okay. Okay, since that's in the duty finder, I can just go back to it. Okay, time to head back. Okay, so I see the camp up there. Okay, so I think I could head up that way. Yeah. Okay, so I'm right back here. Okay, nice. I did not get lost this time. Surely one of the people who have encountered heretics while out hunting. Pray speak with as many as you can. Do you honestly expect me to keep track of every Ramatus, Valemont, and Bertinant that wanders in and out of camp? Ties to any... Are there any heretics in this area? I have not the faintest idea. Okay, I hunt dragons, my dear lady, the big ones. Forever do I scan the skies, sights of my prey. I care not for the miserable creatures that scurry upon the ground. Good for you. Looking for heretics? Why don't you go bother Pierre-Quet or someone? Is there anyone else? Oh, this guy or this person. Some odds I could help you with, milady? Well, you know, heretics, is it? Well, I've never seen one myself, but that ain't to say I haven't heard a thing or two. Alpha node? Yep, called it. We'd be grateful for any information you could share with us. The gods know we gleaned precious little from talking to the rest of these people. If it pleases my lord, I'm Pierre-Quet, a soldier by trade, though not much of one, if I'm honest. If it weren't for the love of stabbing folks that I took up the conspiracy. Oh, so you're a lancer. No, it was by the order of Sir Gentelet's father. Still, as long as they keep paying me wages, I am fussy as to what they have me do. Not everyone's as patient as me. Plenty of low-born lads who get pressed into service start grumbling before they've seen their second battle. Once they've got to thinking of how unfair it all is, I don't take much for heretics to turn their heads. From what I hear, the simple promise of freedom tends to do it. That may explain Lady Iceheart was able to expand her following so swiftly. Sad to say, some mates of mine gobbled down the heretics' tripe and asked for seconds. They told me they were off to the Western Highlands to light a signal fire. That is how you let the heretics know you're serious about joining their ranks. Send some pupils smoke and the bastards come to you. Is that so? Why then, I am minded to start a fire. Okay, another Aether Current. Stinian wishes you to prepare a signal fire to lure the heretics. If we are to lure our foes to our position, then we must find a means of producing a signal of purple hue. And so it happens, I've heard the tale of a trapper who dropped the hide of a woolly... Okay, we have to fight a woolly yak. Aside from the terrible stench, the story also described in detail how the smoke went from smothered flames was triggered to deep violet. You're a monster hunter of some note, are you not? It shall prove a trifling task for you to procure a number of hides. We may need to burn more than one ere the heretics notice our beacon. You and I shall gather wood for the fire. Shall take the both of us to find enough to dry fuel in this frozen wasteland. Okay. How many yaks do we get? 2 of them. Okay. Oh. There is another Aether Current. Okay. Take the polar bears, for example. They come here looking for an easy meal, drawn by the smell of our cook fires, and then raid our stores. Think you can thin their number a little? 4 of them. Okay. Sounds good. Okay, nice. Okay, so there's 3 right there that I could see. Okay, and then one more. Nice. Okay, and then I'm going to go slay the yaks. Should be over here. If I could jump properly. YOLO. Two cans of yak milk. Okay. Okay. I'm gonna get these to level up my crafters. Okay, so I need one more Aether Current. The green one, and then one of them is I think the last one is in the dungeon, or no, it's the yellow one that's in the dungeon. Okay. Ice Commander. Sure. You have a cool design, I gotta say. That's a really cool design for an enemy. Oh, there's the last one. I see it. It is right there. Let me kill this guy first. Okay, nice. Okay, so what happens? Okay, so we got all the green ones. Okay, we can't fly yet. Okay, I think you're much faster now. Like, you're running much faster. I think that's what that means. Okay. So the green ones mean the chocobo running speed. And then I assume the collecting the yellow ones will increase our flight, I think. Okay. Yeah, I think we're running a little faster. Okay, yeah. So we got the star. So we're about the same speed as everywhere else in Thanalan, the Shroud, and La Nosea. Okay, nice. It would seem collecting firewood is a new experience for Master Alphanode. His must have been a privileged upbringing. You the hides we need? Yeah.
Ah, I should have known it would be you.
Hello.
Word reached me of a struggle with a small but well-armed band of trespassers. Forgive my comrades their hostility. Few come here uninvited, and fewer still with good intent. Now, tell me why you are here.
She did say that, tell me why you're here. So saying, we wish to speak with you, kind of sounds redundant. We wish to speak with you. Well, no shit. Like, I'm right here. Like I told you, like, tell me why you're here. Okay.
So, you seek to stem the Dravanian tide with talk? A romantic notion. If you but knew the truth, the spark which lit the flames of this animosity, you would understand the futility of your quest. Shall I relate it to you? The sordid history my gift has shown me. That which the Holy See has taken such pains to suppress.
backstory.
'Twas more than a millennium past when an Elezen tribe first sought to claim the lands of Kurthas as its home. Unfortunately for them, Kurthas was already home to dragonkind, and they were not inclined to make way for the invaders. Thus did a bloody war begin. A war which might well have rumbled on until one or the other side was exterminated, had it not been for the resolve of a single woman. That woman's name was Shiva. While those around her fought and died, she attempted to parley with the dragons, and in so doing discovered them to be possessed of profound intelligence and reason. The great worm Heavensward in particular so enchanted Shiva that she found herself growing to love the creature, whom her people considered a monster. In the eyes of a near-immortal dragon, however, the fleeting life of an Elezen is as that of a freshly cut rose. Scarce has the flower bloomed before it begins to fade and wither. Such melancholy musings plagued Heavensward, who had found in Shiva an unexpected and beloved soulmate. He knew that all too soon, death would snatch her away from him. Unable to bear the thought of their separation, the maid bid the worm consume her, that their spirits might be entwined for eternity.
Well, that's romantic.
Though loath to perform the deed, Heavensward ultimately gave in to her plea, and soon thereafter the tale of their ill-fated love spread throughout the two warring factions. No more could they raise blade or claw against one another, knowing that the souls of their kin were so inextricably bound. In the days that followed, man and dragon learned to live in harmony, and together built a nation unlike any the world had ever known. For 200 years did this blissful age of peace continue, as it would to this day, had vilest envy not stirred in the hearts of the Elezen. It is said that worms owe their longevity to the boundless reserves of vitality found within their eyes. And 'twas in this belief that a traitorous band of knights deceived their allies of some 2 centuries, and took by force that which they coveted. Nidhogg, he who now stands poised to unleash his wormlings upon Ishgard, was the great dragon who lost an eye to Elezen treachery, and until he prizes it from the hands of the traitor's progeny, no amount of conciliatory words will stay his fury.
You are wrong, Lady Iceheart. Lest you misunderstand, I do not doubt your vision of the past. 'Tis true that Nidhogg greatly desired to reclaim the Eye. Indeed, it was for that very reason that I kept it with me as I roamed the land, attempting to draw him away from the city.
Oh, so you have it. You just have an eyeball in your possession.
Good gods.
Exactly.
Until recently, Nidhogg seemed unable to resist its allure and pursued me relentlessly. Needless to say, that is no longer the case. Now, it would seem, he has fixed his attention on Ishgard itself, though he knows full well the Eye does not reside there.
You believe he targets the capital for another reason?
I believe reason has all but left him. Through the Eye, I feel much of what Nidhogg feels, and the dragon's thirst for vengeance will not be quenched by aught less than a sea of blood.
If Nidhogg is indeed lost to reason, might we not seek an audience with Heavensward instead? He has thus far shown no inclination to aid in the invasion of Ishgard, and may yet welcome our efforts to broker a peace.
You still believe that a peaceable solution can be found? Very well. I will take you to him. Our road will lead us to Dravania, the homeland of dragonkind. There we shall ascend unto the clouds, where Hraesvelga resides.
Uh-oh. Oh yeah, our crystal's kind of grayed out. Okay, so it looks like we're doing this again, which is fine. Like I did say, like once they grayed out, I'm like, oh, we're just getting us ready for the next expansion pack.
Is autumn mist, my friend? I sense the many battles are beginning to take their toll. Rest a while, and should you lose sight of us, Dravania lies beyond the mountains to the west.
The dragon? Yep.
Curious. The vestiges of thy mistress's blessing are not as faint as once they were. Thy will to succeed grants thee unusual fortitude. But will it be enough?
Oh yeah, by the way, this random dragon just decided to follow us. Like, he was the one that turned our crystals gray, by the way. And now he is an adorable little minion that follows us everywhere, spewing cryptic nonsense. Aether currents. Okay. Where the chocobos roam. Holy rainbow shirt offending of maiming. Okay, so maiming is dragoons and reapers. Fending is our class, gladiator, marauder. So basically the tanks. So fending is tanks. Maiming is ranged DPS. Okay, striking is up close DPS, like pugilist, monk, and samurai. Okay. Broken ninja. Okay, so it's still a little better, the poetics equipment. I think I'm just gonna get the yeah, I'm gonna get the silver pieces. But yeah, all of my classes have the poetics gear, the level 50 gear. The white mage, scholar, black mage, and summoner and warrior have all of their level 50 poetics gear that I did before I started Heavensward. So it was a bit of a grind, but it's fine. Okay. Pray address me as Yasal if you wish. 'Tis passing strange, is it not, that fate should bring us together, thus never did I think to walk alongside the warrior of light. But history is full of such unexpected alliances. Shall we make our way to Dravania? The chill of the western highlands is unrelenting. Now I'd sooner be under the sheltering canopy of the chocobo forest. Okay. Hello, you must die. Okay, I think I'm going to change it up here. I'm not going to quit just yet, or end stream. I'm actually going to change my configuration, okay, to a keyboard, since my hands are getting a little worn out. Okay. Nice. So yeah, in my off time I've been learning how to play with the keyboard as well. Okay, so it's that way. Don't care. Okay, so it's that way. I'm just looking around. Dragon spit.
Beyond Abalathia's spine, the great mountain range that spans the continent of Aldenard from east to west. Into the deepening shadows of Som-Al, where lies the ancient home of dragonkind. To a land where the soil slithers and the skies seethe with sinuous shapes. They came.
They came. Oh, you say you have a quest? Too bad. I'm gonna go attune the Aetherite. Oh, those are enemies. Oh, there's one of the crystals. Okay, so this is a new area. Oh, the chocobos are interesting. We now stand on the threshold of Dravania. The path to Samai will take us far to the west, beyond the embrace of the forest branches. It'll be a long and demanding journey. Maya suggests that we take our rest at the village up ahead, and see that we are properly provisioned. Sure. There's a village here, but I thought these lands the sole domain of Dragonkind. Why would anyone choose to live in a perilous place? The wild chocobos. Tailfeather was built by hunters to make their living, capturing and... oh dear. Their leader, Marcichamp, is an acquaintance of mine. Being a gregarious sort, he will no doubt welcome our arrival. He will also possess more recent knowledge of the road we seek to travel. I trust there'll be no objections. Owing to the ceaseless chatter, if we were to meet this acquaintance of yours, let's do it before his guard burns. Okay. The music here is pretty good. Set up. Because I forgot to do this. General. Sprint. Seems I can't do it there. Oh well. Discovered a new location. All right. Okay, nice. Oops. Not yet. Bow gear. Okay, so these are level 52. Okay, so we still have better stuff than this. Will tan my hide and call me Leatherface. We have visitors. Oh, if it isn't the lovely Ysayle, it has been too long. That it has, Marsacham, that it has. My companions and I are on a pilgrimage to Som Ai. May we stay in the tail feather a while and prepare for the next leg of our journey. Of course, stay as long as you like. In fact, I wouldn't suggest leaving in the forest at all. The dragons have been absolutely bleeding murderous of late. Forgive me, sir, but I am not sure I understand. Do the dragons not bother you here in the forest? Bother us? Did Ysayle not explain things to you, boy? You've seen them towering all about, haven't you? If you were flying above the canopy, you'd barely be able to see the ground. And as you expect, the local wildlife's canny enough to stay hidden beneath the leaves, which is why the dragons do their hunting elsewhere, and we can do ours in peace. I see. Thank you for the explanation. You're welcome. Now I know I won't stop the sail here, but dragons ain't the only things you need to keep an eye out, especially if you set on heading west. Silver pieces. Oh, there's a blue quest. Okay, let's do this first. So you've been making the rounds, getting to know the hunters in these parts. Well, how would you like to help a real hunter? I'm overseeing 3 camps set to the east, but the lazy sods ain't sent me a report in over a fortnight. I look right, fierce enough to get the information out of them. It's a simple job, but I'll earn you some coin. Okay, tickles your fancy, then you'll talk to the leaders of each camp. Okay. Yeah, let's do this first. Because I feel like the Aetherites are kind of important. Oh, there's another one. So I've never done the sightseeing log, but like I've never done it, and I'm just wondering if there's any point to doing this. Like if you get like any good rewards or mounts or minions or anything. Alright. Are there any other blue quests here? Okay, there we go. Oh, replace that one. Yeah, the mount speed of a Corthus West was more faster than this. So we did get a speed upgrade after collecting the Aetherites. Okay. I think I could jump from there. Unless there's a way around. There must be a way around that. Okay. Oh, Bandersnatch. Where am I going? Oh, let's see. Okay. I'm just exploring right now. Location, nice. Okay. Okay, I see now. This was kind of hard to get to. Yeah, I see. Okay, good. Ow. Okay, there's the next one. Oh, those are rich chocobos. Not there. Okay, last one. Okay. Okay, let's go back. The Sea of Clouds. Oh. This takes us to Ishgard. Oh. I'm like right there. Is that an airship? Huh. I think that's an airship area. Or, hold on. No, this is a different area. Okay, this is the other area. It's this place that I was supposed to go. Okay, my bad. I got lost there for a little bit. Oh, that's a cool armor. Also, whoops. I'll stream for 1 more hour, and then I'll call it. Okay. Where's the guy at? Okay, that's a sewer for the... Whoops. Again, bear with me. I'm still getting used to playing with a keyboard. Oh, report to okay, there we go. So they got all issues, but none of them thought to ask me for help. Do you think they'll bite off their heads or something? At any rate, it's best to prepare to round up the birds from each camp. Thanks again for your help. Say, since you already struck up an acquaintance with my people, maybe you'd be willing to lend him a... I have to go back there. Seems they'll talk you to their troubles readily enough. Okay, Aether Current. Okay, so that one. I do want to get these two. I feel like at least one of them is in that dungeon that I did. Okay. Let's see, clever chicks and okay. I think I'm gonna actually go back to the Foundation, because I think I feel like I should probably do some more side content. So I feel like we've reached a point already in the MSQ where I can just do some side content right now, because there was one blue quest that I wanted to do. Okay. Aetherite, and then okay, this one. It's not this one. I forgot. Yeah, that one. Okay. That is not it. That's it. Yeah, you. Let the clan hunt begin. Well, what have we here? You look like you've seen a scrap or two. A proud member of Clan Centurio, the toughest band of warriors this side of the steppes. So Clan Centurio is probably a reference to Final Fantasy Tactics Advance, and I think some other games as well, maybe Tactics. Centurio is like their default clan name. Toughest band of warriors on this side of the steppes. You've heard of the hunt, right? Grand companies run it in the rest of Eorzea, but up here, it's the clan's concern. We follow the same system, but we're free to pick our own marks. I reckon you got the speed, the strength, and the heart to take down some of the most... Honestly, I've not really done that, just because I haven't had enough people around me to help out with that. But, let's see, hard to take down some of the most ferocious fiends this side of the 7th Hell. If you think you're up to the challenge, head downstairs and have a word with Ardolian. He'll fill you in on the details. Okay. Good evening to you. How can I be of service? So you fancy trying your hand at the hunt, do you? Well, if Alien reckons you're up to it, it isn't for an old man like me to say elsewise. Me and him are members of Clan Centurio, raging band of glory hunters, mercenaries, and has-beens, brought together by Sir Lodaste, one of Ishgard's most noble of nobles. Whether a monster grows too big for its boots, we're the ones who risk our necks to take it down. It doesn't matter who you are or where you came from. As long as you can wield a weapon and you don't fear death, you're always welcome in the clan. Take me, for instance. I was born 1,000 moms from here. Now I'm the one showing the new recruits the ropes. So how about it? Will you be joining us in the hunt? Perhaps the rich rewards on offer might change your mind. Yes. Tamea, is it? I'll put your name in the book. I suppose you'll be wanting to take a look at some of our marks. Head up those stairs and out the door. Clan hunt board is on the wall outside. You best stick to the level 1 marks for the nodes. No point in running around before you can block. Okay. Clan hunt board is covered in bills, showing the details of wanted monsters. Follow Ardolian's advice and pick any level 1 clan mark bill that takes your fancy. Clan hunts now accessible. As a member of Clan Centurial, you're permitted to take bills for level 1 clan marks from the hunt board, defeat the monsters described in the bills, and you'll be rewarded with Centurial Sills, which can be exchanged for exclusive items. Okay. Oh, I haven't even done one yet. Okay. Frost Grenade. Seal, Skill, EXP. What's that supposed to be? Oh, Banderson match. I did see these. Trevanian, okay. Sure. And, sure. Oh, this is level 60 armor. Okay, so that's much stronger. Okay, nice. Armor. Nice. Accessories. Okay, nice. Okay. Alright, now permitted to take bills for level 2 clan hunt marks from the clan board. Okay. Okay, so polar bears aren't that bad. Alright, I'll accept that. Okay, I do want to go to Ulda because there's something I want to check with my squadron. So in my playthrough, I have a squadron, and they've been helping me level up my alternate jobs. Let's see. Alright. Let's do that. Okay. I want to see if I could do the ice dungeon. Okay, apparently not. That kind of sucks. Okay, let me check our squadron missions. Okay, let me check duty support. Okay, so I can't do the ice dungeon just yet. So unfortunately, I need to do that dungeon Western Cortes with a party, which is fine. Okay. It's called the Dark Vigil. Okay. Alright then. What should I do? But yeah, I wanted to check with the squadron, see if I could do the Dark Vigil, and if not, then the duty support. Seems like I need a party for the Dark Vigil. Okay, let's recommend. Oops. Recommendations. Okay, let's change things up. And I think I'm gonna level my I'm kind of indecisive right now. What do I want to do? Okay. As far as EXP goes, I'm almost close to the level up, so I'll probably yeah, let's do that. I wanna go and get the next job quest. Yeah, let's do that instead. Okay. Wineport. Yeah, let's do the next job quest for the warrior. And then I do think the next stream, I think I'm just gonna, I think we'll focus on doing job classes before advancing the story. Alright, let's mount. Let's give our black chocobo a try. Okay. So yeah, I'm thinking of streaming on my birthday, which is November 16th, and I am going to, I think we'll focus on, is that where you are at right now? Yeah, I think I'll focus mainly on job quests. Okay, there you are. And then I'll get my my Dragoon up to level 50, and then we'll start using the Dragoon for Heavensward. Also, this guy's named Curious Gorge. Okay, yeah, we have a good experience here. Curious Gorge looks eager to expand his combat repertoire. Timea, I scarce recognize you. The flames of battle have tempered you like fine steel. Since we last spoke, I resolved to start upon the path of the warrior anew. I swore that I would not succumb to the beast within again, as I did when I faced my brother in Wineport. Speaking of which, Broken Mountain has regained much of his strength, though when I speak to him taking up the axe once more, he changes the subject and returns to his studies of arcanemia and other scholarly pursuits. Nevertheless, his desire to spread the teachings of our ancestors to every corner of the Orzel remains unchanged. And couldn't have come at a better time. I received a letter from Broken Mountain stating that he's uncovered information regarding ancient martial techniques. Good, give us more skills. If you're interested, and I'm sure you are, why not accompany me to Camp Bronze Lake so that we may hear what he has to say? Okie doke. Alright, where is he at? I should lock that. Yeah. Hello, Broken Mountain. Well, do I remember you, Timeo? The sole warrior to tame her inner beast. I shudder to think what might happen had you not been there to save us from ourselves. You know the perceptious nature of the forces we wield, as well as the consequences of losing control even for a moment. The beast does not scruple to discriminate between friend or foe, and if given free rein, will lash out at both. I pored over countless tomes in search of knowledge on how to tame the beast within, as you did. My efforts have thus proved fruitless. All I have found are ridiculous tales of techniques that the author could be believed would make Relgor himself cower in fear. The elders often told tales of legendary warriors inspire the youth. Are you sure there is no truth in yours? Quiet. There are descriptions of the techniques used by the hero, Mithril Heart. But the details are difficult to swallow. No warrior, alive or dead, can rip off a behemoth's arm with his bare hands. I can. The tales are filled with similar outrageous accounts, brother. It would be a waste of time to navigate their veracity when we know so little of how to tame the inner beast. Besides, you know as well as I that Mithril Heart is not more than a fairy tale hero. What if I could prove that Mithril Heart was flesh and blood? Would you be willing to continue your studies then? Never did I stray from the path of the warrior, even as the years took their toll. Axe in hand, to Silver Tear Falls he would go, never to return, which makes that, if he truly lived, then there may be something there which proves that. Keep your axe sheathed, Gorge. You best be served by the time spent swinging your axe at a practice dummy than searching for ghosts. Oh, this guy. Well met, Timeo. Thanks for ensuring that my old friend here lived to learn from his mistakes, although it seems the lesson didn't stick for long. WizKid here has been kind enough to keep my brother busy with work and assist me during my recovery. Anything to keep a former comrade out of trouble. As for those stories, far-fetched though as they may seem, I wouldn't be so quick to dismiss them, lest we forget Timea has more than a few legendary accomplishments to her name. And growing, of course. Well, if by chance she found proof of Mithril's hard existence, I would reconsider, but leave my brother out of it. I may not be ready to accompany you, but I can give you advice on where to start. Seek out the sons of Saint Coinet. I'm certain they know something of Mithril final journey. That's in Faunalon, I think. Maybe. Saint Conscious Find. Oh, it's Mordona. How do I change the map here? There has to be another key for this. Alright, let me do this. There we go. I'm gonna change the music. There we go. Okay, right there. We focus our research on artifacts from the Allegan Empire. As such, there may be more recent discoveries which were ignored by a single-minded researcher. Is that it? Relics belonging to an ancient Houseguard warrior. While we were up to our necks in elegant artifacts, I cannot say that I have not come across any that you would see. Okay. And then... While the waters of Silvertear Falls receded 15 years ago, they revealed the treasure trove of artifacts spanning eras, many of which have yet to be recovered. I do not know if those artifacts have any relation to this mithril heart, but it might serve you well to begin your search in those previously submerged areas. Where is this? Oh, right there. You find nothing of interest. Perfect. Oh, there's one right there. It's eerily quiet, and I don't like it. Nothing of interest. I think that's the one I searched already, but let me just check again. Yep, nothing of interest. Okay, nice. Whoops. Item. Have you uncovered any proof of Mithril-Heart's existence? Maybe this axe. This axe, the engraving and the curvature of the blade are exactly as described. To think of the beast who tasted this steel. Surely this proves that Mithril-Heart is more than a mere campfire story. With the steel heart and his legendary techniques, will have the strength to slay even the strongest of beasts by the dozen. If Mithril-Heart's feats are indeed possible, then the knowledge of how he performed them would prove invaluable, restoring the warrior's reputation. Show the people of Eorzea the true potential of the warrior. Surely no small number of them would have felt compelled to take up the axe. Indeed, it could prove a great boon to our cause. Very well. I return to my tomes and scour them for any passages relating to Mithril-Heart. Mind you, ancient techniques may rouse the inner beast like none before. Of that I have no doubt, which is why you must not take your training lightly. When I uncover more information, you must needs be ready. Was that it? Warrior quests will be available to Unbroken Mountain upon requirements of undertaking subsequent quests can be revived in your journal. Okay. Okay, we're level 59 already. So let's do this. Broken Mountain seems to have reservations about digging deeper into this newfound knowledge. Okay. Training, which is good. I've continued my research upon the tales of Mithril-Heart and his legendary fates, and I believe I've come across a passage which might guide your next step. There's another matter of pressing importance that must be resolved before we continue. Ferocious beast has... okay. Sighted near the Weeping Saint in the Corthus Central Highlands. What have you, me and my brothers, go slay it, as it poses a threat to any who venture nearby. Realize this may seem like a trivial matter, but I assure you it is of most importance. Alright then, let's do it. Surprised I haven't gotten like any abilities or weapons from these quests. It's just been experience. Okay. Okay, let's show off my unicorn. Look at my horse. Isn't it amazing? Okay, let's go. I think this is probably my favorite mount music. Riding a unicorn, so majestic. Oh. Holy shit. Oh. So, I was doing the, relic, quests for my black mage, and I didn't know this was a, that it was right here, because I was doing this for this weapon. It took a while to build a scepter host for this weapon, but I'm currently in the process of doing this relic quest line for my black mage. But okay. Alright, good to know that's there. I'll do that off screen. Alright, Broken Mountain. 54, yeah. I think the 12 you've made it. The beast caught us unawares. My brother leapt to my defense and slew it, but in that moment, he was overcome with his inner beast, as before in Wineport. Dun dun dun. I knew it was folly to bring him here. I beg of you, stop him before he hurts himself. Yeah. Okay. Hope I could learn how to fight again. Okay. Okay, I'm actually gonna fight these things. I'm gonna fight these things. Oh. Almost there. I think those things are healing me, actually. So I probably shouldn't attack them, maybe. Almost there. Got him. Recollection of past battles rouses your inner beast. Timea, speak to me. Thank the gods you're awake. When your final blow landed, you and my brother both collapsed. What happened? Do you remember anything? Your inner beast lashed out as if trying to escape. Oh boy, that can't be good. I see, the lingering numbness is likely your body recovering from the shock. Otherwise, you appear to be unharmed and in full control of your faculties. I owe you an apology. Once again, I lost control. I have already tended to my brother's wounds. You needn't worry. Alas, as I suspected, my brother yet lacks the strength to control his inner beast. As you may have guessed, I called you both here to see if my fears were unfounded. I do not wish to give you cause to worry, brother, but when the beast stirs, my mind grows clouded and my will falters. Or perhaps I remained silent to avoid facing the bitter truth. Who would trust a protector that could turn on them at any moment? Pains me to do this, but I cannot allow you to accompany her any longer. The risk is far too great for you both. Mayhap it is best we continue this conversation in the safety of Camp Bronze Lake. God damn it, you've grown so much stronger while I've hardly grown at all. I mean, I am capped at level 60. That's kind of... Eventually that will catch up to me. Show Eorzea what it means to be a true warrior. I know you can. Oh god. That took me by surprise. Oh, they're only level 38. Die. Okay. My brother has been in a dour mood ever since we've returned from Weeping Saint. Well, that is only natural given his lack of progress, and it may be for the best. The teachings of our people are too dangerous for those who lack control. That's why I chose to focus my studies on how to tame the inner beast. For the sake of my brother, I wanted not more to solve this dilemma, but then fate intervened, and I stumbled upon the tales of Mithril Heart. But mayhaps we may need not forsake one pursuit for the other, though in seeking the techniques of Eld, we may discover the reason why you can hold the best in check so easily while my brother and I fumble about like children. I think it's called the Echo. I feel like that's kind of responsible. However, I'm still concerned about what you told me before, about your inner beast lashing out during your duel with my brother. Can you tell me that once more? Oh, hello. Random chocobo appearing. Well, you know. I think there's just a chocobo, like, right in front of me. Okay, thank you. Simply recalling The duet rouses your inner beast from its slumber? Well, it all makes sense. Only the flames of animosity may temper a warrior's soul. I came across these words in a passage, and I did not understand their meaning until now. The inner beast stirs when we face an opponent who pushes us to surpass our physical and mental limits. Only in the moment can we attain a mastery of new techniques. This must be how the heroes of Ald by Mithrheart became such legends, traveled around testing their mettle against the fiercest foes they could find. Your path is clear. You must challenge yourself as they did. You must grow stronger and hone your skills to new heights. Woot. What time is it? Okay. Do we get anything? Okay, we do. Valcleave. Inner Beast Mastery. Okay. Let's do this, and then I will wrap up. Okay. Seems like your trials have prepared you for the next step down your long path. However, while your progress is truly remarkable, I'm afraid my brother still fears the fury in his inner beast. Even the training yard, he swings his axe with hesitation. Seeking to test himself again against life foes, he has joined the Maelstrom's efforts to repeal a recent spike of kobold attacks. Whiskit has sent word that his ferocity in the field of battle is not what it once was. My brother has long admired your will to test your axe against even stronger adversaries and master the techniques of Eld, and by doing so serve to inspire him and all who aspire to walk the path of the warrior. Remember the words set forth in ancient tomes, and seek foes that test the very limits of your mind and body. The heat of battle will awaken the beast within, bestowing upon you knowledge of our ancestors. Luckily, this path you walk on has been tread on before, and you need not wander the land aimlessly. According to the tomes, Mithrheart once spent a season hunting the hulking grizzly bears that stalk Albella Spine, the largest which is said to rival even a behemoth in size. Make your way to a tall feather, home to many seasoned hunters that know the lay of the land, and the creatures inhabiting it. Find the beast of Mithrheart's hunt, and test yourself against their razor claws, as he did. Okay, I need to look that up, but first... Okay, I think I'm okay with, so let's do this. Okay. Oh, what? It's, okay. It's in, Tall Feather. Well, I'm kind of glad that, we got here already. In the MSQ. Okay. Ask any hunter around here about the grizzlies of Albella Spine, and they'll likely tell you the same thing. If you see one, run. Alright? You're rightful if you're thinking of going on one of those massive beasts alone. Best bring a dozen friends along if you want to come back in one piece. If you got the men, then I heard hunting parties using Willem Selman to draw them out. If you head up the Woolham River, you're likely to find a few who died during the salmon run. Just a random chocobo wandering around. Okay. Hello. Do. Hey, get back here. Get back here. I'm gonna get you. Okay. Sorry about that. Okay, where's the third person? Still can't fly. I could hardly forget the size of the beast I saw that day. I was tracking Chocobo around the 100 throws when I spotted a bear nearly as big as a house, drinking its fill from the waters. I didn't dare get any closer, went home for the day's hunt empty-handed. Okay. Obtain warm salmon from the designated location. Okay, that's gonna take a while then. Alright then, let's get going. Okay, we're almost there, I think. Come on, you could do it. Oh, there's the Okay, so I think I need to fight like 3 of these. Okay. And there's another Aether Current. Alright. Number 2 and Aether Currents. And then the last one. Okay. Alright, 3 Centurio seals. Nice. Oh, there's the bear. Okay, use the salmon at the designated location and slay the bear. Okay, so go up the river. Oh, Chocobo Forest. Huh. Okay. Oh, shit. Come on. Do not attack me, please do not attack me. Okay. Okay. Almost there. Okay. Okay, nice. Okay, report to Broken Mountain. That is not the way to go. Alright, so we did our first clan hunt, which is cool. Hello, I am back. I killed 2 bears. Tameo, welcome back. My brother and Weiskite were just telling me of the Maelstrom's success in Lanosea. Aye, the kobolds scattered frightened mice before our wrath. I dare say they'll think twice before setting foot on Lomitian soil again. As eager as I am to hear of your journey, I can't afford to waste any more time away from my training. The kobolds may be licking their wounds now, but they'll be back. They'll be back, and in greater numbers, till we meet again. Curious Scourge has acted in high spirits since our return from Linsa, but his bravado scarcely hides the truth. When he said it was true, our operations against the kobolds were a resounding success. However, troops that fought alongside him say Curious Scourge was notably shaken during the battle, as if afraid the tide would turn him into a moment's notice. But it was not fear of the kobolds that caused his axe to waver. He still fears his own inner beast. As long as this fear has his hold on him in battle, then there is little hope for that he will grow as a warrior. The kobolds become bolder with each passing day, and the Maelstrom's forces spread too thin. Don't worry, we're on it. Maelstrom Command is desperately seeking ways to supplement its flagging troops. They're considering bolstering fighting strength by training troops in warrior techniques, so Curious Gorge's capabilities have come under special scrutiny. However, if fear continues to hold him back, I doubt he'll manage to impress anyone. Once again, we're left wanting for a means to tame the inner beast. Timea, was there not learned from your journey to the Dravanian forelands that could be of aid? In the same manner as before, the memories of battle have roused the inner beast. So my theory was correct. The key to mastery lies in the heat of conflict, just as the ancient tomes say. The only victory against a worthy opponent can temper the inner beast. Your growth as a warrior has given us valuable insight into the true nature of the inner beast. However, there is still much that remains shrouded in mystery. There's still the question of what exactly sets Timea apart from your brother. She's a warrior of light. Indeed, the tools to tame the beast within are hidden somewhere. I have yet to find them. Continuing with your training while I return to the tomes, a solution will present itself soon enough. Okay. Yay. Inner Beast Mastery. Upgrades Inner Beast to Falcleaver. Is this a passive? And Falcleave. Delivers an attack with a potency of 490. That's kind of powerful. Okay. Yay. Collection of past battles rounded your inner beast. Roar. Okay, still Cyclone. Okay, so we got it. Alright, nice. But okay. We'll do this next time. But I think afterwards, I'll probably finish her level up here, and then we'll, or better yet, it's perfectly fine. I think at the start of the next stream, whenever that will be, we'll do this quest, and then we'll max out Timea's level with the warrior, because I think we're getting very close to the end for the warrior here. Or now that I think about it, since this is a level 56 quest, I feel like I probably have to do the MSQ some more before we tackle this quest. Like, that's the vibe I'm getting, at least. But that's fine. Okay. So let's teleport. Let's go to... What do I want to go to? Let's go to Ul'dah. And I think the next stream we'll do the same pattern, MSQ, for a little bit, and then do a job quest, and then end from there. But yeah, I've assembled a squadron here who have helped me with the various dungeons. Let's see. I could glamour them since they're now in level 51. Squadron Monster. So yeah, we got a healer, tanks, several DPSs, and I try to balance all of them out for different races and jobs. But so far, it's been a lot of fun. I really love squadrons. They really helped a lot with leveling alternate classes. And yeah. Okay, that's 7 minutes. Okay, that's fine. But yeah, I think I will end it for today. I'm not sure yet, but I think I'm gonna do a stream next week, because the 16th is my birthday, and that's like 2 weeks away. But I do want to do another stream next week. I don't know yet, but stay tuned for my Twitter for information in regards to that. So I'm going to post that. I'm also going to post it on Discord here. Feel free to join our server, small community as well. I post my news there. Let's see, socials. There's that, and I'm also doing art commissions to raise money to get my computer fixed so I can get my normal streaming setup back, and I could stream normally with my PC. So if you want art, emotes, feel free to let me know. Send me a message on Discord, Twitter, or wherever, and we'll arrange something. So yeah, Twitter, Discord, I'll post an announcement whether I'm going to stream. I'll likely stream next week, possibly around this same time, maybe Wednesday or so, but we'll see. And yeah, today was a success. We got a lot done with the MSQ. I started Heavensward finally, and it's been a lot of fun just celebrating 1 year on Twitch, and I really hope to continue that process for as long as possible. Playing my favorite games. I really love Final Fantasy XIV, and yeah, it's been a lot of fun. And alright everyone, I will let you all go, and until next time, everyone have a good night, and I will see you all next time. Bye.